Record. Good morning. And I told you guys a fib the other day, so I want to fix that first. We were looking at Learn Test Pass, or excuse me, the online learning system, and we were talking about that Q&A brochure for condos that we had put in Unit 3, but I moved it. If you guys were looking for it, I moved it to Unit 2 because that's where we talk about condos and townhomes. So I just want to make sure if you guys are going to go out looking for it, you're not going to find it in Unit 3, as I told you the other day. You're going to find it in Unit 2. Anybody get a chance to look at it? Few of you. The commission, as we said the other day, the commission provides Q&A brochures on many topics. Probably next week or so, we're going to kind of go out and visit the commission's website and see some of the things that they have to offer. So we'll see where they have all of the brochures. But the ones that relate to the material that we're talking about, I think they're a good additional supplement, a good tool to help you guys better wrap your brains around it. So I encourage you to look at the Q&A on condos and townhomes and the others as they come up as well. The other thing, housekeeping thing I want to address. We did the math at the end of Unit 3, and then we talked about, there were like 4 questions in those 50 problems in the back of the book that I said relate to the math in Unit 3. And here's the deal, you guys. If you will notice, everybody look on page, let's look on page 61 real quick. 61. 61, you see those 3 bullet points, and it starts by saying North Carolina, it's typical for sellers to be charged. This is getting into the discussion of prorating annual taxes. And we kind of introduce it to you in Unit 3, but we really get into it in Unit 1. So I used to cover it when the book covered it, but honestly, you guys, we're like 4 weeks away from Unit 21. And by the time we get there, this conversation is, we talk about so many other things. So I decided to wait and talk about proration when we get to Unit 21, not to introduce it in Unit 3. So a lot of the numbers that you guys saw when we looked at this screen the other day were prorating math problems. And that's not really fair for me to send you guys out to do those problems when we haven't even talked about it yet. So the math that we have talked about so far in Unit 3 is finding the annual property taxes or the assessed value or the tax rate. And so I want you guys to start with that and then know that we're going to build a prorating, and we're going to come back and visit this page when we get to Unit 21. So when you're doing those numbers in the back of the book, number 22 is the only one about, I think it has you find, I don't remember now if it's taxes or what, but again, extra practice. So I just wanted to clarify that. I don't want you guys concerned if we're covering something or not. I don't go by the book. I go by the syllabus. So if it's in the syllabus, we're going to cover it. If it's not in the syllabus, then we're not going to cover it. But I just didn't want to cause confusion this weekend when you guys were trying to do some of those math problems and they were asking you to prorate like rent. We haven't gotten there yet. I promise we will. Questions on that? Comments? Okay. I need to stop sharing just for 1 second. And while I'm doing what I need to do, if you guys all will set your chat to a private chat just to me. And I want every single one of you to tell me how many square feet are in 1 acre. How many square feet are in 1 acre? Good morning. How many square feet are in 1 acre? So, and you don't have to answer me. This is a rhetorical question. Did you look it up or did you just know it? If you just knew it, you're doing good. If you had to look it up, please go ahead and memorize this number because you need to know it. So going back, we're going to go back and pick up our math from unit 4. Remember, we skipped that the other day because I don't want to do more than one math a day. So how many square feet are in 1 acre? There are 43,560. Write it down, big flashcard. Thank you for your honesty. The math that we're getting ready to do, we're going to be able to convert square feet to acres and acres to square feet. So if the problem gives you acres and it asks you how many square feet, we're going to look at that. If the problem gives you square feet and asks you how many acres, we're going to look at that. The problem will not tell you that there are 43,560 square feet in an acre. So that's a number you guys just need to know. That's right. 4 little old ladies going 35 and a 60. So if we are given acres and asked to convert to square feet, we're going to multiply. If we are given square feet and we're asked to convert to acres, we're going to divide. So for my formula people out there, it's pretty much a formula. How many people have I converted? How many T-bar fans do I have so far? Do I have anybody converted yet? Cool. The rest of you, don't worry. I'll get you. I'll get you. Don't worry. That's my goal. I have figured a way, T-bar fans, I have figured out a way to make this work by using the T-bar. So we got choices. We can either do the formulas, know when to multiply, know when to divide, or we can consider the T-bar. In order to make this work, I got to make one small tweak. Okay, we're going to make one small tweak. Instead of in the bottom right, putting rate or percent, when we're converting square feet to acres, acres to square feet, now we're going to use our magic number of 43,560 on the bottom right. Our square feet goes on top, and our acres goes in the bottom left. So you're looking at the same thing twice. If the problem is asking you to solve for square feet, then you take acres times 43,560. If the problem is asking for acres, then you take square feet and divide it by 43,560. It depends on whatever you see, whatever is easier for you, however you can see that. Of course, we're going to work a few examples together. So I want to make sure you guys have this all jotted down, whichever one is your preference. Everybody have it? Head bobs? Okay. Tell me in a private chat, how many acres are in 21,780 square feet? You just a few more seconds and we're going to talk about this. So let's have a conversation about this. Sometimes in math, we can think things through before we ever touch a calculator. Show me. Thumbs up or thumbs down. Thumbs up means more than, thumbs down means less than. Is 21,780 more than or less than 43,560? 21,780 is less than 43,560. So how many acres are in this suite? Am I going to have more than 1 acre or am I going to have less than 1 acre? It's going to be less than, right? So I don't even have to pick up a calculator to know that my answer is going to be less than 43,560. You guys see what we're doing here? I just looked at that number. I didn't pick the calculator up, but I automatically know it's going to be less than 1 acre because we know that every single acre has 43,560 square feet. You guys with me? So sometimes just looking at the numbers, and guys, I'm telling you, the more you can, the more answer choices you can eliminate. And if you can eliminate one where the answer choice is more than 1 acre, you've just improved your chances of getting it right. You went from a 25% chance of getting it right to a 33% chance. Does that make sense? So just look at it sometimes. You can kind of work it through. And we've never touched the calculator. Now we get to touch the calculator. So we'll have the formula in just a second. But for my T-bar fans, I'm solving for acres, which is the number in the bottom left. I have 21,780 square feet. And we have got to know that each acre has 43,560. The back fourth line means divide. So on your calculator, you take 21,780 divided by 43,560, and we get half an acre. Questions?
Did I understood wrong the formula? Because I thought you had to multiply, because it says when going from acres to feet, you multiply, and divide when going from square feet. Oh, wait. Okay, I get it now that I read it out loud.
Perfect. Sometimes that helps, doesn't it? That's great, Denise. Sometimes that helps. Do you guys talk to yourselves? Do you ever talk to yourself? My gosh, I have full-blown conversations when I'm home alone. Sometimes, Denise, to your point, hearing yourself say it makes a world of difference. So yeah, talk to yourself. Just be careful in talking to yourself in public. I found a bad habit, you know, when we were all wearing masks. Man, I'd stand in the grocery store, just chit-chatting away to myself, not thinking anybody else could hear me, but masks didn't hide my voice, I guess. I was the crazy lady in the grocery store. Okay, all right. Must take the 0. I don't understand. So while you're re-asking that, here's another question for you guys in a private chat. How many square feet are in 4 acres? Just a few more seconds. Looking for square feet in 4 acres. Is my answer going to be more than 43,560 or less than 43,560? My answer is going to be more than. Why? Because every acre has 43,560 square feet. So if I have 4 acres, I know I have more than. So T-bar fans, we now are solving for square feet, which is the number on top. I have 4 acres. There are 43,560 square feet. Up down line means multiply. So you take 4 times 43,560. And this tract of land has 174,240 square feet. Again, converting square feet to acres, acres to square feet. We're going to work some more practice problems in just a second. The trick, the formula to this, if you will, is knowing the 43,560. As sure as I stand here in front of you, I'm going to tell you, they're not going to give you that number on your test. Questions on this? Other calculations we get to do. We got several calculations in unit 4. So other calculations we get to do, we need to learn how to measure various shapes. So the first set of shapes that we're going to learn to measure is square and rectangle. And the basic formula to find the square foot of a square or rectangle is to take the length times the width. Length times width. When we're looking for the square foot of a square or a rectangle, we could be looking at one of 2 things. Maybe we're measuring, for example, the rooms in a house. Maybe we want to know the dimensions of the kitchen and the living room and the bedrooms. So we go into the rooms, we measure the length times the width, and we get the square footage of each room. We're going to talk about measuring and what we can and can't measure and how we can measure and all that good stuff when we get to Unit 8. So bear with me, measuring conversation is coming. Right now, what we need to understand is to find the square footage of a kitchen, we measure length times width. The other scenario that we may be asked to find the square foot of a square or a rectangle is if we're measuring a tract of land or if we're looking at a tract of land. And while they may give you length times width, usually, not all the times, but usually when we talk about land, our vocabulary changes a little bit. The formula stays the same. But when we're talking about land, instead of referring to it as length, we're going to refer to it as something called front foot. I'll talk about that in just a second. Instead of width, we usually refer to it as something called depth. Both the same formula, I'm both saying the same thing. It's just a matter of what you're talking about. Knowing that we're either looking for the square footage of a room or the square footage of a piece of land. So let's talk about what this front foot or the length is. So here's our property. And then of course you have the road that runs in front of it. The front foot or the length is always the first dimension given. The length or the front foot is always the first dimension given. And when you're looking at a piece of property, the front foot is the part of the property that runs parallel to the road. The part of the property that runs parallel to the road is the front foot or the length of the lot. The depth or the width, if you were to stand like right here and have your back to the road, what you're looking at is how deep does the lot go? How far back does it go? So if we wanted the square foot of this tract of land, I'm just going to make numbers up real quick. Let's say that the problem tells you, and when you were reading this, we're going to see stuff like this lot dimensions are 150 by 300. The first dimension given is the length or the front foot. So when they give you dimensions like that, they've given you the formula. They're telling you to find the square feet. we take 150 times 300, and we get square feet for this tract of land of $45,000, or 45,000 square feet, excuse me, 45,000 square feet. So the length, the front foot, I'm saying the same thing. They will be the first dimension given. The width or the depth, again, we're saying the same thing. It'll be the next number, the next dimension. Questions on this? Guess what? We, again, taking a little tweak on the T-bar. If you don't like length times width equals square feet, then we have the option to use the T-bar. I think where the T-bar may come in handy, if they give you the length or the width, we know we just need to multiply. That's what our up-down line means. I think where the T-bar may come in handy is if, for example, they give you the square feet and the length, and they ask you the width. Or they give you the square foot and the width, and they ask you the length. Because now we have to divide something. And I think the T-bar helps us know what to divide when we're solving for length or width. Guys, y'all ready for a blast from your past? Who remembers pre-algebra class? Woo, that just went way back, didn't it? Pre-algebra, the basis of pre-algebra says what? A times B equals C. And that's exactly what we're saying here. Length times width equals square feet. Again, I think where the T-bar comes in handy is when we're trying to solve for length or width. The other shape that we may need to know how to measure is a triangle. So the formula for the triangle, can we all agree, for intent purposes, that a triangle is half a square? If I take this square, chop it in, well, what happened? If I take this square and chop it in two, does everybody see a right triangle? We're not getting into obtuse triangles or anything crazy like that. So if you're asked to solve for a triangle, you're going to take length times width divided by 2. Chop it in half. We'll talk in just a second about what we might do with a triangle. Why in the world do we need to know this? I'm getting there. So for a triangle, and here's the good news, you guys. These are the only shapes that we need to worry about measuring. Square, rectangle, or triangle. So either taking length times width for a square or rectangle, or we're taking length times width, chopping it in half for a triangle. Questions? Private chat. Tell me what the front foot is, the square feet, and the acres. Do about 30 more seconds. Okay. So the first thing this problem wants us to do is to determine what the front foot is. Remember, we said the front foot was the part of the road or part of the land that runs parallel to the road. So in this case, there's 150 front feet. Questions on that? Then we're asked to find the square feet. So when looking at a tract of land, the square feet is the front feet times the depth. So if we take 150 times 50, I get square feet of 7,500. Length times width, or I'm going to put this up here. Length times width, or front foot times depth. 7,500 square feet. Is 7,500 square feet more than 1 acre or less than 1 acre? It is less than. So I don't know what my answer is yet, but I know it can't be more than 1. So now that we know the square feet, we can solve for our acres. Magic number of 43,560. When I take 7,500 and now I'm dividing, that fourth line means divide, I get 0.17 acres. Probably 0.172. You guys probably get a longer number than that on your calculator. What do you get? Like 7,500 divided by 3. Get like 0.172, 1763. Let's talk about rounding real quick for a second. I do not want y'all to stress out about rounding. Promise me right now, Julie, we're not going to stress out about rounding. Here's the deal, you guys. You cannot miss a problem by rounding alone. So in other words, the answer choices aren't so close that if you don't round the same way that I do, you can't look at the right answer and know that you're close enough. Does this make sense? They're not going to give you answer choices where one is 0.17, one is 0.172, one is 0.18, and then 0.172, 1763. Those are not going to be the 4 answer choices on your test. They say when you're rounding, if you go out at least 3 decimal places until you get to the end, you should be close enough or just a few cents off that you can look at the answer choice and say the differences in rounding. Everybody good with that? I want you to stress out about other stuff like agency, not about rounding. Fair enough? All right. For my formula, people, again, define the square feet, length times width, 7,500 square feet. Then you take 7,500 divided by that magic number to get 0.17 square feet, square foot. Yep, same thing. Yep. Questions? Let me just share. Can I erase the red? Everybody have this? Let me, you guys, you have a practice question somewhere, and I honestly don't remember if it's online or in the book or where, but somewhere you have a practice question, and I want to address it if you haven't seen it yet, because sometimes you guys call me near on the verge of banging your head on the desk trying to figure out what this question is asking you. So let me go ahead and address this real quick. The question says something like, they're going to come in and they're going to pave the street in front of your property. And they're going to give you an assessment and they're going to charge you a portion to pave the street. So you work the entire math problem And then at the very end, they have you divide by 2. And that divide by 2 thing blows y'all's minds. This is when you guys call me practically in tears. The reason they have you divide by 2, y'all ready? Somebody owes the lot across the street. So you don't have to pay for that whole portion. You get to share that with your across the street neighbor. So once you determine that assessment, once you figure out how much that is, then you're dividing by 2 to share that with your across the street neighbor. I see heads bobbing. So I see a couple of you have already come across that. If you haven't yet, you will this weekend when you're doing your practice, your math. Good. I know they don't really address that, do they? They just presume that you know. So I got you. I got you. The questions on that. And guys, to my point, before you feel the need to start banging your head on the desk, please reach out to me. Remember, I'm always here to help. I don't want you guys to get to that point. So please, if something's not clicking or jiving, that's when you text me or email me. Fair enough? I'm here to help. Let me help. And I can't help if I don't know what you're struggling with. I'm not a mind reader. I wish I were, but I'm not. Maybe I don't want to be a mind. Never mind. I take that back. I don't want to read people's minds. There's some crazy things that go on in minds, aren't there? Okay. Another formula we may need to know is how to solve for square yards. To solve for square yards, we first start by finding square feet. How do we find square feet? Length times width. Once we know the square feet, divide it by 9 to get square yards. When we might encounter square yards is when we're measuring, or not us, but they are measuring for flooring. So like carpet, tile, laminate. When they need to know how much flooring you need, they're speaking in square yards. Length times width equals square feet. Divided by 9 gives you square yards. Why do we divide by 9? Because that's just the formula. I mean, we can look on page, let's see, where is it? It's somewhere. I'll show you the page numbers in just a second. But to get to square yards, the formula for square yards is square feet divided by 9. So first we have to find square feet by taking length times width, divided by 9 to get to square yards. I think there's, well, yep, we'll show you in just a second. Other area related, and I hate to use the word math with this because it's not really math, is understanding what we're saying. However, we may need to pick a calculator up with these. We could refer to, you may hear people refer to properties, finding the cost of or the how much, the properties. And we may hear verbiage such as cost per square foot or cost per acre. And what we're saying with these is cost per square foot. What we're determining is how much does each square foot cost. If we're using verbiage of cost per acre, what we're saying is how much does each acre cost. You're looking at the formula. When we see the word per in some cases, we can know that that may mean divide. So let's say, for example, you have a house and the cost of the house costs you $300,000. And the house has 2,200 square feet. 300,000 divided by 2,200 square feet tells us with this home, every single square foot costs $136.36. Maybe we can use this to help price the house. Builders may like to use this, like how much does it cost me to build each square foot? They can use this to help them with their costs. Same thing with acres, you guys. If you have a large tract of land somewhere and you want to know how much each acre costs, if the entire tract of land is $5 million, there are 60 acres. What we are saying is that every single acre costs $83,333. So when you hear that verbiage, cost per square foot, cost per acre, that's what they're looking for. How much does each square foot cost? How much does each acre cost? What is the opposite of divide? Multiply. So if the problem tells you each square foot costs $136.36, and there are 2,200 square feet, what is the cost of the property? Then we would take the 136.36 times 2,200, and we would get to a cost of $300,000. Always remember, if dividing's not working out for you, try multiplying and see what you get. Sometimes just playing around, like we just said, sometimes talking to yourself out loud can make things click. Sometimes just playing around with the numbers, picking up your calculator, picking up your pencil can make things clear. Questions on this? Another shape we may encounter is something called a trapezoid. What is this? Remember when I said earlier, we only know how to measure squares and rectangles and triangles. Those are the only shapes I know how to measure. You guys have those formulas written down? So when we see an odd shape, like for example, a trapezoid, we got to break it up into the shapes that we know how to measure. In this case, we're going to combine a rectangle with two triangles. Before we do the math, let's talk about where in the heck would we see a trapezoid in a real estate transaction, Julie? The best example we have of a trapezoid is a bay window. So if you're measuring a home, the bay window kind of pokes out from the house a little bit. And if we're trying to get all the square footage, we may have to measure this bay window, and that's where we need to know how to measure a trapezoid. So let's say, for example, this is your kitchen. And then from the kitchen, you have this bay window. Everybody with me? This is the aerial view of this home. So we would come in and I would measure first the kitchen length times width. And then we would need to measure this bay window to get the total square footage of this area, assuming that it counts as square footage. Again, we're going to talk about what counts as square footage, what I can measure, all that when we get to Unit 8. So does everybody have the visual? Everybody understand what we're doing here? We're just trying to get that little extra bit of square foot that pokes out from the house. And the best way to measure a trapezoid, it's going to look a little something like this. We'll do a sample problem in just a second. The best way to measure a trapezoid is to break it up into 3 different shapes. Do you guys see? I have a rectangle and I have 2 triangles. I took the shape and I chopped it up into shapes that I can measure. All I know how to measure are squares, rectangles, and triangles. So if I'm ever presented with a shape that's not a square, rectangle, or triangle, I got to make it into a shape that I can measure. So let's go back in your book just for 1 second. Everybody please flip back with me to page 779. And on page 779, we're looking at our trapezoid and it gives us the dimensions. So again, the first thing I think you guys should do is draw that picture out on your scratch paper so you can actually see it, and then chop it up into 3 different shapes, a rectangle and 2 triangles. Let's see, 779 tells us the top measures at 10 feet, the bottom base is 14, and then it is 2 feet high. So the first thing we want to do is measure the rectangle. And the rectangle is right here. How do we solve for a rectangle? The rectangle is length times width. Thank you, Toya. So length times width. I now know my rectangle is 20. Now we got to figure out these triangles. The triangles are here on the end. The whole bottom base is 14 feet. The top base is 10. When we solved for the rectangle, we used up 10 feet on the rectangle, which leaves me with 4 left. I've used up 10 down here on my bottom base. So 14 minus 10 leaves me with 4 left. And because I have 2 triangles on each side, I can consider for my triangles, there's going to be a length, because what I just did was said 10 plus 2 equals that entire bottom base of 14. So now how do we solve for triangles? Length, let's do this. Length times width divided by 2. So 2 times 2 equals 4. Divide that by 2 equals 2. I now have a rectangle at 20 square feet. I have 2 triangles. So the total square feet of this bay window is 24 square feet. You got to break it up into shapes you can measure. I think these are one of these things, and I got some more practice for you guys, of course, but I think the trapezoid, I think it's something you need to consider and draw it out. Draw the picture on your scratch paper so you can see the 3 different shapes that we need to measure. Questions on this? Okay. All right. Enough of that. You guys also got your chat set to private, just to me? I'd like all of you to tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. Welcome. About 30 more seconds and we'll talk about it. Okay. So we see a math problem, any problem for that matter. The very first thing we're going to do is just read. Just read. A lot with a depth of 80 feet and an area of 4,800 square feet was sold for $350 per front foot. What was the total sales price? When I'm doing lot and area problems, if you guys haven't figured this out about me yet, you will soon. I'm a visual person. I like pictures. I like to see what it is that I'm talking about. So when I'm talking about a tract of land, I like to draw out my tract of land so I can see my tract of land and see what I'm dealing with here. I know I have a depth of 80. I know I have a total of 4,800 square feet. Do I know my front foot? Not yet. So the first thing I need to do is find my front foot. And this is where I think the T-bar comes in handy because it helps us know what to divide. So what I'm solving for first is my front foot. I've got to find the front foot. So on our calculators, we take 4,800, divide it by 80 to get a total front foot of 60. So how many front foot are on this tract of land? There are 60 tracts. Isn't this a great place to pause and check yourself? If you were to take your calculator right now and take 60 times 80, length times width, you're going to get 4,800 square feet. Questions so far on how I got 60 front feet? Then the problem tells us that every single front foot costs $350. This front foot costs $350. That one costs $350. This one over here costs $350. Every single front foot costs $350. So if I have 60 of them, and I know each one costs $350, what is the total square foot of this tract of land? The total cost is going to be $21,000. First, we had to find the front feet. Then we took the number of front feet times the cost per front foot. That gives me a total cost for the tract of the land, $21,000. Questions?
Every time we see a question like this, we assume that is a rectangle.
I hate the word assume, but yes, tracts of lands for our purposes, Denise, are going to be squares or front feet. We're not surveyors. We're not survey schools. Guys, let's all get, not all tracts of lands are perfect squares or rectangles, are they? Guess what? Not every single room in your house is a perfect square or rectangle. So that's where we say we may have to, if it's not, but yes. And I hate the word assume. So let's just know that the tracts of lands are going to be front or squares or rectangles. Thank you for that. Other questions on this one? Okay. That was fun. Let's do another one. Tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. You got 30 more seconds. Okay, so this one says, how many acres are contained in a rectangular land parcel that has a length of 175 feet and a depth of 685? Draw your picture. See your land. I know my length or my front foot is 175. I know my depth is 685. So the first thing we need to do is find the square feet. I got to know the square feet to be able to convert it to acres. These are multi-step problems. So we're going to take our length times square feet. I'm sorry, length times width to get total square feet of 119,875. So how many square feet are in this tract of land? 119,875. Now that we know the square feet, now we can convert it to acres. Somebody mentioned you're not seeing the T-bar, you do it your own way. And hey, I think that's great, guys. Makes no difference to me how you get it right. Just get it right. That's all you got to do. So if you don't get the T-bar and you still get it right, then you're doing good. If you do get the T-bar, we're going to put our square feet on top. We know our magic number of 43,560. Either way, T-bar or formula on our calculators, we're saying 119,875 divided by 43,560 equals 2.75 acres, or A. So how many acres 2.75. Questions on this one?
Okay, so that's where I was getting confused at. So initially, you saw for the square feet, then you incorporate the numbers onto the T-bar.
Yes, we
Versus-
have to know the square feet to convert it to
Correct,
acres.
yeah. That's
Yep.
what I was doing. I was trying to put the numbers I had initially.
I gotcha. Yeah.
It's not
Yeah,
working.
thank you.
Okay.
So,
Mhm, thank you.
thank you, Kimberly, for sharing that, because isn't that how we learn, right?
Yeah.
And this is why we give you guys so much practice. I'd rather you guys, especially with the math, I'd rather you guys work the kinks out now than wait until test day. What do you guys want to do? You want to work the kinks out now and make the mistakes now? Or do you want to try to figure this out on whenever our test is? Somebody's requesting more. I hear you. I got plenty of practice for you guys. Don't worry. Other questions on this one? All right, real quick before break, let's go ahead and wrap up Unit 4. Officially wrap up Unit 4. So you got those key terms at the beginning of Unit 4. We talked about things like meets and bounds, monuments. Key point review in Unit 4 is on page 81. It's your summary, your checklist, your I know this, I know that. The student quiz for Unit 4 is on page 82. There is some extra math practice.
Miss Julie, I do have
Yes.
one question in regards to page 82.
Okay.
Question number 12, and it says like the section due east of section 13. Can that be explained a little bit more before we
So
move?
if you remember, let's go back real quick. Let's go back to page 76. When we looked at our townships, all you're looking at right now is one township. If you were to take another township and put it next to it, 18 would be next to 13.
Okay.
And that's all that's doing. So it's not just the entire West isn't one township. It's townships beside and next to each other.
Okay.
So if you were to put them side by side, thank you for that, Olivia.
Thank you.
Then Unit 4, we got the math. Everybody turn with me to page 80, please. Page 80 is our math concepts for Unit 4. Guys, here's the deal. Is everybody listening? There's more math in Unit 4 than what you need to know for your test. So when you're looking at the math concepts on page 80, if we didn't cover it, you don't have to worry about it. Is that good news? If it's in the syllabus, we covered it. If we covered it, it's a candidate for the test. Don't stress about math you don't need to know. There's more math in Unit 4 than what you need. So stick with what we covered. Math facts, that section in the back of the book, there's a couple pages there, 775 to 779, about shapes and measuring. And then there's these 50 problems in the back of the book. There's a lot of practice there for you guys, isn't it? So there's those 50 problems in the back of the book. These are the numbers that relate to the math in Unit 4. Again, the back of the book, I think they're a little trickier. And I like that, because if you can do these ones in the back of the book, you're good to go. But build up to it. Start with the end of the unit. Start with your math concepts. Questions? You guys have all these numbers jotted down? Okay. All right. Let's take a break. we come back. We're going to play a game when we come back. So bring your phones. Make sure you bring your phone back from break. We're back. All right. So I am taking attendance. And then you guys have your phones. And we're going to play a game. Anybody ever Kahooted before? All right. Get your phones out, and how you're going to join, how you're going to play. The recommended, the easiest method is for you guys to scan this QR code. You guys see this here on your screen? So scan the QR code. You could also go to the website or download the app. QR code is much faster. Once you scan the QR code, it's going to ask you for your name. So we're starting to see you guys pop in. I'm fine if you want to use nicknames or whatever. You don't have to use your real name. All I ask is that you keep it clean. So you'll put your name in. It's going to assign you a little avatar. So while you guys are getting in, let's talk about what the heck a Kahoot is. A Kahoot is an interactive Q&A. So right now your phones don't say anything. You don't see anything. And in just a minute, when we all get in, I'm going to put a question up on my screen. And then you're going to get 4 answer choices. And the answer choices are going to be like red, blue, green, and yellow. And when the answer choices come up, you're going to see those colors on your phone so you can select the right answer. You don't see anything just yet. Wait for us to get a question. We're going to do kind of one quick practice round to get the hang of it. And then we'll be old hats at it. So while you guys are getting in, the Kahoot that we're getting ready to do is going to be on units 2 and 3. So unit 2 is our ownership and interest unit. Unit 3 is our encumbrances, things that encumber. So it'll be a good review for us. If your phone goes to sleep, just make sure you wake it back up before we get started. Welcome, thank you. So we in? All right, wake your phones up. Yeah.
I'm sorry, it let me in, kicked me out. I'm trying again. I can't get in. I don't know why. I'm
It's not
sorry.
letting you scan the QR code?
It did, and it brings it up, and then I put my name and hit OK go, and it won't add it.
What do you see when you click on go? I can't see that, yeah. It might because your phone's not doing anything right now. So it might be that you're in. I'm not sure. What name did you put in?
Katrina.
Do you have the Kahoot app or are you just signing in from Safari?
Probably just from Safari.
Oh, okay. If you had the app, I was going to tell you had to update it.
All right, y'all go ahead. I'll get in a minute. Sorry.
No, you're good. And we can, because we'll Kahoot again. But Katrina, you can play in your mind. That's the hard part about being on Zoom. If I was in person, I could run over there real quick and look at it. But we'll see. We'll get you in. You and I can look at that after class. Okay, so we are going to start And again, the first one is just kind of a practice question just to get us warmed up. So right now we're going to look, well, soon we count down, 2, 1. Okay. Now you guys are going to see a question on my screen. The main purpose of the Real Estate Commission is, and you got 4 choices. Look at your phone. You're going to select either the red one, the blue one, the green one, or the yellow one. You got about 5 more seconds on this one. Kahoot is fine. So we ask everybody, the main purpose of the Real Estate Commission, nobody ever knows what you answer. What we do is kind of take a conglomeration of everybody and put our answers out there. You know if you got it right or wrong. If you got it wrong, I think that's, we're going to get some Kahoots wrong. And I think this is another way to help us learn. So the main purpose of the Real Estate Commission, do they issue real estate license? Do they? You better believe they do. That's why we're here. Why do they issue your license? Everything they do is about protecting the public. This is why they're just not standing on the street corner handing real estate licenses out. They want to make sure that you have this minimum competency of the material before they turn you over to their public. This is why they make you go through the class. This is why they make you take a state exam. This is why they make you go through the process to get your license. So do they issue your license? Yeah, of course they do. But that's not their main purpose. Their main purpose, everything they do, is about protecting the public. Thank you, by the way, for nobody saying the green one. Thank you. We at least know that much, right? They do have a purpose. They have a reason. As we mentioned, Kahoot is timed. Kahoot's actually we're going to see a rank. Kahoot's going to rank us. So some of you have a competitive nature. Some of you don't. When we Kahoot, I prefer you get it right than I do that you win, right? It's better that we get the material than we win. But some of you have a competitive nature. So to win at Kahoot, you got to get it right and you got to be the fastest. And after each round, then we have a little podium. And then at the end, we'll see who the final winner is. So the end of round 1, we're going to see that Mads is on top. Mads got it right the fastest. After Mads, we have Nolan, then Turtle, Nicole, and Bernice. And that's how we Kahoot. Sounds like fun, doesn't it? Yay. All right. Real questions now. Question number 2. The rights of ownership of real property include all of the following except. Got about 5 more seconds to answer it. Rights of ownership include all of the following except appurtenant. Remember, we talked about our bundle of legal rights. And one way we can remember our bundle of legal rights is remembering deep sea. So when we talk about the bundle of legal rights, we're talking about the disposition twig, the exclusion twig, the enjoyment twig, the possession twig, and the control twig. What does it mean if something is appurtenant? If something is appurtenant, it means it runs with the land. You can run right at me. You guys are so cute. So if something's appurtenant, it means it runs with the land. It doesn't have anything to do with our rights of ownership. Questions on this one? So let's see where we rank after round 2. Turtle climbed up, Nicole came up, Bernice came up, Mads is still on the board, Carrie's on the board now. Chase is our highest climber this round. He's up 12 places. Chase probably has a little icon on his phone that tells him he's the highest climber. Question number 3. The rights of the owner of property located along the banks of a small stream are called? 5 seconds. The rights of a body of water in a small stream are riparian rights. Riparian is no tide. Littoral has a tide, riparian does not. If it helps, you know, riparian, RIP, river, RIV, right? We can see those first RIs if we can connect those two. Riparian rights are bodies of water, no tide. Littoral rights are bodies of water with the tide. Other support rights we talked about, subjacent and lateral support, is just supporting our land, our property boundaries. Questions on this one? Nicole's staying on the board at top. Mads is on. Mitch climbed up. Rhonda and Chase. Dimples is our highest climber. If you look at your phone, Dimples, you'll probably see a little flag on mountain there. Question number 4. Brother and sister cannot concurrently own real estate as Five seconds. Brother and sister cannot own property as tenants by the entirety. Who is tenants by the entirety reserved for? People that are married. And in North Carolina, brothers and sisters can't be married because, you know, ew. So they could own property together. They cannot own as a tenancy by the entirety. Brother and sister would need to own as either tenants in common or joint tenants. Questions on this one? I think this one kind of gives us a good sample of, you know, we've talked about, and we will continue to talk about throughout this class. Both of your exams are application exams, which means you have to know what the word means to be able to apply it. You would notice this question did not ask you what tenancy by the entirety was, but you need to understand what tenancy by the entirety is to answer this question. Does that make sense? So this is an application test. Yeah, and somebody, sorry about that. In my opinion, one of the downfalls of Kahoot, you can't change your answer. So make sure that when you select the answer that you want, that's it. You can't go back and change it. Again, you know, some of you are competitive and want to be on the leaderboard, and that's great, but it's more important to me that you guys get it right and that you understand it when we get you on the leaderboard. Does that make sense? So thank you for. Speaking of that leaderboard, it didn't move much, did it? Nicole, Mads is still on, Mitch, Rhonda, and Chase. Nana is now our highest answer streak of 4. Nana, do you have a little fire icon on your phone? Let you know you're on fire. Question number 5, which of the following is a lien on real estate? Five seconds. When you see the word lien, see the word loan. If you have a lien on your property, it's because you owe somebody money. Everything we're looking at is an encumbrance, but the only lien we have is the mortgage. You owe money to the lender. The lender is protecting their interest by placing a lien on the file to make sure they get paid off if you close. Questions on this one? Our leaderboard. Nicole is staying on top. Mitch climbed up. Rhonda, Chase, Nana's on now. Will is our highest climber this round, up 8 places. And the last one for this Kahoot, real property taxation in North Carolina. Five seconds. Real property taxation, North Carolina says our bill is due and payable on September 1st of each year. We can refer back to our taxation timetable, our timeline on page 64. We have a lien placed on the property January 1st every year. Tax rate is reassessed in July, or tax rate is determined, in July. Bills mailed in August, it's due and payable on September 1st. Failure to pay it by January 5th of next year means you're delinquent and they will start charging interest. Questions on this one? That's Kahoot. Was it fun? Do we like that? Yay. Okay, cool. We're not going to Kahoot every class. We're not going to Kahoot after every unit, but we will Kahoot throughout. It's a good way to self-assess. It's a good way for me to kind of judge how the class is doing. It's a good way for you to know how you're doing. So if you missed any of these Kahoot, those are the ones that we may want to go back and look up. By the way, I get asked a lot if you have access to these Kahoots that we just did for you to go on your own. The answer is kind of, sort of. Remember, I'm recording. So if you want to go back through and do a Kahoot, you can always go to the recording and look at it that way. Make sense? So do you have access? Yes. Am I going to give you my login and password to Kahoot? No, I'm not. So you guys have the recording, that you have the availability to see these. The last thing Kahoot does when we're done is it's going to give us podium winners. And this is a big dramatic conclusion to Kahoot. So our third place winner is Nana, climbed up, good. Second place is Rhonda, also climbed up. Our first place Kahooter is Nicole. I got fourth and fifth runners up of Bernice and Crystal. Good job, everybody. That was a good Kahoot. Questions, comments? Back in the day when we were in person, I would give my Kahoot winners, I would get my Kahoot winners a candy bar. I obviously can't do that anymore since we're not in person. But I think since we all did so well, I think all of you should go out this afternoon and get yourself a candy bar to treat yourselves. Fair enough? Candy bar, oh, your choice. My candy bar budget has gone greatly down since we went on Zoom. All right. Any questions about anything before we get back? Anything we've talked about, covered so far? We're moving right along here, aren't we? So we are jumping back into Unit 6 where we left off. Before we leave today, we're going to have a very serious conversation about what next week is going to look like, because next week starts getting deep. Next week, we get into more heavily tested material. So I want to make sure you guys know where we're going, know the importance of where we're going, and encourage you to look ahead so you can start exposing yourself to this material before we get there next week. So that's where we're going to end class today, talking about what next week is going to look like. In the meantime, turn with me in your books to page 112. And where we are in your books, we left last talking about ETJs. So we're kind of in the throes of zoning terms. There's just some zoning words that we just have to know. And we're in the throes of talking about those terms. So we talked about a cluster zoning and buffer zones on page 112. The last thing we said, the last thing we talked about is ETJs. Awesome. ETJs 112 over to 113. Again, do I have any questions about anything so far? Guys, please, yeah, did I hear something? Zoning is a public land use control. Zoning affects the public. And remember, we said any violation of zoning is going to be handled by local law enforcement. It's public. Enforcement is local law enforcement, it's the courts, the zoning board, for example. So cluster zoning, buffer zoning, ETJs. Over on page 113, we start talking about non-conforming use. And there's two types of non-conforming use. But before we talk about the two different types, let's talk about what we mean by non-conforming use. A non-conforming use means that we're using the land in a way that's not allowed per zoning. We're breaking the rules. Zoning says one thing, we're using the land a different way. We have two types of non-conforming use. One is legal, the other one is not. When we talk about legal versus illegal non-conforming use, I think it's helpful if we look at a timeline. Because whether or not it's legal or illegal, we need to determine which came first, the use or the rule. So with a legal non-conforming use, the use of the land was in place. The use was already there. And then the zoning board came along and changed the rule. That landowner, the legal non-conforming use, is going to be grandfathered in. Just because they came and changed the rule doesn't mean they're going to make them shut their doors or tear down their structure or whatever it is that is now a non-conforming use. I think a good example of this, every once in a while when you're in a residential neighborhood, you might see the corner gas station. Once upon a time ago, the corner gas station was allowed to be there. As that area started to grow, residential started to grow, they came in, changed the zoning to no longer allow commercial. Now they're saying all zoning in that neighborhood is residential. Guys, they're not going to make that gas station owner close down. They're not going to make them shut their doors and tear that building down. However, when that gas station owner goes to sell that piece of land, the new owner won't be able to continue to use it as a gas station because it's now a non-conforming use. Does this make sense? If the gas station owner decides that they want to do major renovations and they go to the city and they apply for a permit to do these renovations, we're going to talk about permits and building codes in just a bit. Their permit application will probably be denied because they're a non-conforming use. So the legal non-conforming use says the use was in place and then they changed the rule. They will allow the existing use to continue. They're not going to allow it to be sold. They're not going to be allowed it, probably allow it to renovations, permits, etc. They're grandfathered in. With an illegal non-conforming use, the rule was in place, we knew what it was, and you went and used the property against the rule anyway. Let's say, for example, you're working with a buyer, and the buyer wants to buy property with a garage so they can convert that garage into a hair salon. If the zoning is residential only, They know the rule. They convert their garage to a hair salon. That's a commercial, assuming they have customers. That's a commercial. They have an illegal non-conforming use. The rule is in place. They knew the rule, and they went and used the property against the rule anyway. Remember what we said a few minutes ago, or I guess it was last class. I think it was last class. This is the first unit that we start getting into the broker's responsibilities, what the broker's duties are. And one thing we're going to learn shortly is that both the listing agent and the buyer's agents have a duty to verify the zoning. Question comes in, will these people be fined? Possibly. Remember, enforcement is going to be public enforcement. So if your neighbor has a hair salon as a garage, and you decide you don't like all those customers coming up and down your road, and you know it's only zoned for residential or commercial, call the cops. Can they be fined? Can they be forced to shut their doors? That's going to be up to the judge. What the judge decides how it's enforced. But could they be fined? Sure, they could. So with non-conforming use, you've got to stop and ask yourself, which came first, the rule or the use? And that'll help us determine legal versus illegal non-conforming use. Questions on this one? Again, we'll talk about brokers' responsibilities, our duty of helping our clients verify zoning, making sure our buyers and use is allowed. Another zoning term is something called a variance. With a variance, one, and this is really important, one property owner is going to the zoning board and asking permission to break the rules. With a variance, one and only one property owner is going to the zoning board and saying, look, because of your zoning, I can't use my property the way I intended. Can I have a variance? Can I have permission to break the rules? That one owner is probably going to have to prove a hardship. In other words, they just don't grant these things all willy-nilly, right? That one homeowner is going to have to say, my land is useless, is absolutely useless. I can't not do anything if you don't give me this variance, if you don't give me this permission. They will have to prove a hardship. Obviously, whether or not the zoning board will grant this variance just depends. Remember, zoning is local in nature. So Winston-Salem has a zoning board, Kernersville has a zoning board, Greensboro has a zoning board. So with a variance, one property owner. Let's say a good example of this. Let's say there's a zoning ordinance with a setback restriction. A setback restriction might tell you how far back from the road you can place your structure. They may say you can't have a structure any further back than, say, 10 feet from the road. And if that one property owner has a creek, maybe it dips down and it hits in the back of their land. And if they were to build their structure 10 feet back from the road, now they're trying to build a house over that creek. They may be able to go to the zoning board, request a variance to get just permission for them to build 5 feet back instead of 10 feet back so they can avoid that creek. They've got to prove a hardship. Another zoning term is a special use permit, also known as a conditional use permit. Again, we're just asking for permission to use the property in a different way. The key to the special use permit, it's got to be in the public's interest. The public has to be able to benefit from this special use permit. You guys may know, depending on where you live, you guys may have certain residential areas that have a church in the middle of it, or a school, or a hospital, or a library. Those are special use permit. It's zoned residential, but the church has a special use permit. They have permission to be there because that church has been deemed a public interest. Another zoning term is a zoning amendment. Put zoning aside for a second. An amendment is just a change. So a zoning amendment is requesting a change in the zoning. We're going to talk about amendments when we get to Unit 9. So go ahead and write that down real big. Amendment equals change. When we get to Unit 9, I'm going to ask you guys, what's an amendment? And all of you are going to say, what? Change. So a zoning amendment is a change to the zoning map. Before they change the zoning map, they're going to offer a public hearing. They're going to allow the members of the public to come and voice their opinion, any concerns they may have about this zoning change. As you guys are out and about driving around, we see lots of signs notifying us to a possible zoning amendment. Generally speaking, they're white signs with red Z's, or they're red signs with white Z's. And what that sign is doing is telling us we are considering changing this area or this piece of land. We're considering changing the zoning. But before we do, we want to open it up to the public. We want the members of the public to come in and voice their opinions before we make this final decision whether to change it or not. If you happen to live in a neighborhood and you see one of these signs pop up, I would suggest going so you may know who your new neighbor is going to be. You might be zoned residential right now, but if they change it to commercial and residential, you could have a Dollar General next door to you. Do you want a Dollar General next door to you? I can't really answer that for you, but you have the option to have your voice heard. If you're a real estate agent working this area, this neighborhood, or this market, and you see one of these signs, go check it out, see what it's about. Check, you guys, because everybody now post-COVID has different attendance rules. Some are limited, some are online. But check with that zoning board, that local zoning board, about that public meeting so you can learn more about the proposal. So an amendment is a change. In this case, we're doing a change to the zoning. Another zoning term is something called an overlay district. With an overlay district, we actually have two types of zoning, one on top of each other. One of the more common examples of an overlay district is an area that is zoned for residential, but it's also in a historic district. So you got the residential zoning, and then you got the historic district zoning. We're going to talk about historic in just a second. When I think of an overlay district, I tend to think of these. You guys remember these things? Please don't tell me if you don't. That just makes me feel old. So these things were projectors before we had projectors. You guys remember these things in school? And that they had this screen down here, and they would put a transparency on the screen, and then this light was like brighter than the sun, and it would shoot the image out onto a screen so we could all see it. It was a projector before we know today. And sometimes we would get a kooky teacher that would take a transparency and put a transparency on top of it. That is what I always think of with an overlay district. You're looking at two transparencies, one on top of each other. Again, we're dealing with two different types of zonings. If you happen to live or you're considering buying in one of these overlay districts, you have to abide by both zoning ordinances, both residential and the historic district. With that being said, another zoning term is our historic districts. The whole purpose of historic zoning, historic districts, is to preserve the history. We want to keep our history looking like it did. My Winston-Salem people are familiar with Old Salem. Y'all know people live in Old Salem? Those houses there, people actually live there. And in Old Salem, for example, the historic district protects the exterior. Any changes you make to the exterior has got to be approved by the zoning board. The whole purpose is to keep Old Salem looking like Old Salem. So if you want to redo your exterior siding, you're not going to be able to use vinyl in Old Salem because vinyl didn't exist back in the day. Now, this only affects the exterior, any change to the exterior. If you ever get the opportunity to go into an Old Salem home, they're nice, they're modern, very 2022, 2023. They don't look like Old Salem inside. We're only trying to preserve it outside. Most cities I know have some kind of historic district, maybe a little section or a neighborhood or even part of a street. They're just trying to preserve the way that it was. If you live in a historic or you're assisting somebody in a historic district and they want to make a change to the exterior, just FYI, this is just an example. The zoning board may offer a certificate of appropriateness, and this is just permission. Now you have permission to do your exterior changes. Again, we got to get approval from the zoning board. I bet, Ezra, I bet it does. So historic zoning. Another zoning term we have is aesthetic zoning. Aesthetic zoning is all about pleasing appearance conditions. Some areas may have aesthetic zoning. Maybe there's certain colors or materials you can have the exterior of the building. I know, for example, some towns may have a for their commercial district, they may say all commercial buildings can only be brick. The idea is to keep it looking pretty. Sometimes with aesthetic zonings, you have height restrictions on signs. They don't want signs blocking our big, beautiful blue sky. So they may say signs cannot be taller than 10 feet, for example. That would be an aesthetic zoning. It's all about keeping things pretty. Anybody familiar with Biltmore Village? Up in Asheville, that thing is big time as aesthetic zoning, doesn't it? Everything in Biltmore Village has to look like a Christmas village. And that's their aesthetic zoning. That's what they want. If you ever drive around Biltmore Village, you feel like you're in a snow globe. That's what they're trying to keep. They're trying to keep the appearance. Possibly. Remember, zoning is for an area, a city, a township. You're not going to have specific zoning just for one property. So cities, counties, towns, municipalities, townships, however it's deemed. The last zoning term that we have, something called spot zoning. Spot zoning, one or more properties is rezoned, so we can allow for a different use. Again, let's say you're in a residential neighborhood and the neighborhood decides that they want to put in a public park. That public park could be a spot zone. We could have permission to put the park. The thing to know about spot zoning, it's got to be in the public's best interest. If it's in the best interest of the individual property owner, it's not going to be spot zoning. It's either going to be a variance or a conditional use permit. So spot zoning, it benefits the public. Think of a playground, like in a cul-de-sac, for example, at the end of a cul-de-sac, you may have one of those lots dedicated to a playground or a dog park or what have you. So zoning terms, again, we started on 112, 113, 114, top of 115. Again, you guys, if you see a test question on these zoning terms, it's going to give you a scenario and it's going to say which zoning term applies. Is this a zoning amendment? Is this a historic district? Is it an overlay? So we just need a very basic understanding of these terms so we can apply it to the test question. Questions? Okay, let's say 10. All right, welcome back. So we are going to take attendance. So we've talked about our zoning terms. So let's talk about what zoning means for us. What does zoning mean for us, the broker? One thing about zoning, we have a duty to disclose the type of zoning. How do we know that information? Remember, I think it was last class, we talked about each county's GIS records, GIS. Remember, we're not looking at your county's GIS records in class. We're waiting until after class to check it out. But to access the GIS records, you just go to your county GIS, Google it, and it'll come up. And lots of things you can find in the GIS, one of them including the type of zoning for that property. So we have this duty to disclose zoning. We're going to talk more about our duty to disclose anything next week when we get into the more heavily tested stuff. Listing agents, before you list a property for sale, you'll need to look up the zoning so we can disclose, so we can advertise that. Buyer's agents, we may want to help our buyer verify that that zoning is allowed. Remember the buyer that looks at you and says, when I buy this house, I need to be able to convert my garage into a hair salon. So when your buyer shares something like that with you, I have a duty to make sure that their end use is allowed. We're getting into starting to working with buyers and sellers, again, where we're heading next week. Another thing that we may need to understand about just zoning in areas. You may have urban areas, you may have rural areas. In urban areas, we're just referring to in town. Rural is outside. You're going to have different zonings, whether you're urban, rural, where at you are, urban particularly, what's allowed. Again, you guys, every single property may be different. So if you list a home for sale in this neighborhood and you know the zoning, and then you get the opportunity to list a home for sale in the next neighborhood, then maybe that's different zoning. We can't just assume that all zoning is the same. So looking it up, verifying it, relying on those tax records, so we can disclose the proper zoning. Depending on who you are, if you're the one working with the seller, then we always need to check the zoning again. That's something we have to disclose when we list the property for sale. Getting into that when we get into Unit 8, what all is required when working with sellers, the various things that we need to verify. Buyer's agents, for the most part, we should be able to rely on the zoning as provided by the seller's agent. When we look in the multiple listing services, also known as the MLS, we're going to talk about the MLS in Unit 8. We should be able to rely on what's listed in the MLS, buyer's agents. However, as we mentioned, if your buyer has a specific need, if your buyer has a question about the advertised zoning, then we're going to help our buyer out by verifying it, by helping them looking up and verifying that their end use can be met. When I work with buyers, and sellers, but when I work with buyers and sellers, I tend to operate by a very simple philosophy. If it's important to my buyer, then it's important to me. If it's important to my seller, then it's important to me. And once my buyer or seller express something that they want, something that they need, it becomes my duty to make sure that they can get that. Does this make sense? That's why they hire me. Again, more to come on this. especially next week when we get into agency and my duties and role and responsibilities to the buyers and sellers out there. Let's look at an example together. This says an owner listed a vacant building previously used as a computer repair shop with a broker. Prospective buyer asks the broker if a manufacturing company could operate in the building. Without investigating, the broker said, sure. Buyer makes an offer, seller accepts, bam, we're under contract. Somehow prior to closing, luckily the buyer, not the buyer's agent, but the buyer discovered the zoning was commercial zoning class. It was excluded manufacturing use. Do you have a happy buyer at this point? Do you have a happy buyer that the buyer had to find this information? You looked at him and said, oh yeah, it's fine. You can do that. Don't worry about it. Guys, this is what we need. We need to help them verify, make sure, especially when they share a particular use to me. If they don't share it with me, I can't help them. But if they share a particular use to me, it now becomes important to me to make sure that it's verified and their end use can be met. So in this scenario, back to the agent that answered without investigating, what could happen? Well, if the buyer needs this property for that manufacturing use, they may have to terminate the contract, suffer the consequences of terminating. We're going to talk about those consequences of terminating a contract when we get to Unit 10. Then, once they terminate this contract and suffer those consequences, the buyer could sue you. You cost them money, you cost them time because you didn't verify it. That buyer could also file a complaint at the Real Estate Commission. And the Real Estate Commission could take disciplinary action against your license. So before we just answer, let's make sure we look it up. Let's make sure that we know. Let's make sure that we investigate it. Again, more on that later. Questions on zoning? So zoning is a public land use control. It's enforced publicly. It's enforced by local law enforcement. Another public land use control is the creation of subdivisions. I'm not talking about an HOA. Maybe the subdivision has an HOA, maybe it doesn't. We'll get to HOAs. But the creation of a subdivision is something that has to go through the zoning board. It has to go through the local government. So the first thing we need to do is define what a subdivision is. You guys, if your hand's hurting, if you look on page 116, subdivision regulations, the second paragraph down, word for word. A subdivision is defined as all divisions of a tract or parcel of land into 2 or more lots. So if you're subdividing a tract of land, you're taking one tract of land and you're dividing it into 2 or more lots. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 200. The purpose of the subdivision is to include, let's see, the purpose of the sale includes all division of land. And anytime we create a new subdivision, we need to consider streets. Can we use existing streets? Or if this is brand new, we need to create new streets. We'll talk about streets in just a second. Just a couple exemptions to subdivisions, things that aren't going to qualify. If the parcel has 10 or more acres and no street right away, it doesn't fall under the category, the definition of a subdivision. If the division is no more than 2 acres and no more than 3 lots, again, you don't fall under the definition of a subdivision. That's what we mean by the exception. It's more important that we understand what a subdivision is than the exceptions from the subdivision. Remember at the beginning of Unit 6, we talked about each local government's master plan. Where do you see yourself in 20 years, for example? Subdivisions have to be approved. And they're approved because they follow the master plan. They fall in line with the, where do you see yourself in 20 years, with the local government's master plan. And if it doesn't meet their master plan, then the subdivision is not going to be approved. Guys, people just don't wake up one day and say, I'm going to buy this land and create a subdivision. There's a whole lot of work that goes into creating a subdivision before you and I ever see that big heavy equipment show up to start clearing the land and get it ready. By the time you and I see the equipment, by the time you and I see the people there working, sometimes these developers have been at it for months, maybe even a year or more, just trying to get it approved, trying to get the local government to approve the subdivision. One thing that we have with a subdivision is a plat map. The developer has to have the final plat map on record before they can close on the first lot. Please understand, we can put a buyer under contract with a preliminary plat map, but before we close on the first lot, we have to have the final plat map recorded. So let's say your buyer goes under contract. They don't have the final plat map recorded yet. All they have to offer is a preliminary. And then there's a change to that preliminary. The builder, the developer, has to give the buyer the right to not continue with the purchase. If they make a change, they need to give the buyer that right to terminate the contract without penalty. Can we all agree a buyer deserves to know what they're buying? So when we make major changes to the plat map, we can't force the buyer to continue on with the transaction. That's why we have to have the final approved by the city and recorded before we close on that first lot, before the very first one closes. Somebody's got to go first, right? People that decide they're going to make a subdivision without getting it approved, what can they do to me? I'm just going to do it anyway. Well, they're going to face consequences from local enforcement, from local government. They could be fined. They could have a cease and desist. They have to get these approved before they can start developing, before they can start selling. And again, whether or not a subdivision is going to get approved is whether or not it is in line with the city's master plan. Page 117 kind of walks us through the approval process, obviously very abbreviated version of the approval process. A couple of different stages. Stage one is, the developer finds the land, they make sure that it's suitable for their plan, what they want to do, their subdivision. The developer will draw up a preliminary subdivision plan. So they have something to take to the zoning board and ask permission to build their development. They have to get approval from the zoning board. Once they get approval from the zoning board, find the land, get approval, they want to make sure their finances are secured. The second stage is the final planning stage. Again, this is finalizing everything. Stage 3, that's when you and I start to see the equipment show up. That's when you and I start to see the people show up to start building the subdivision. Whole lot of work goes into it before you and I ever see this equipment. So with subdivisions, as we mentioned, we got to figure out streets. If a street's already there, then we may be able to use an existing street. If it's a brand new subdivision, then we may have to create streets. But when it comes to streets in a subdivision, developers need to dedicate the streets as private versus public, private or public. Now, when we talk about creation of subdivision streets and whether or not they're private or public, I'm not talking about if you can drive on them or not. What we're referring to is who is responsible for maintenance. If the streets are dedicated public, that means the hope is that the North Carolina Department of Transportation, DOT, will maintain the streets. If they're dedicated as private, that means the homeowners that live on that street are responsible for the maintenance. How are they going to pay for that maintenance? Maybe it's part of their HOA dues. Talk about HOA in just a second. Maybe they'll do a special assessment. When we have a pothole, for example, how are we going to fix this? Again, buyers deserve to know what they're buying. So whether or not a buyer purchasing in a new subdivision is purchasing on a street that's private or public absolutely matters, because it comes down to who's responsible for maintaining it. And if it's privately maintained, the buyer needs to know they're going to be on the hook to pay for it when we get a pothole. All streets have to be reported, new streets have to be reported to DOT. Again, the developer determines if they want them to be private or public. Dedicating a street to DOT is not the same thing as DOT accepting responsibility. When the developer first starts the subdivision, if they want them to be public, if they want DOT to maintain them, the developer first starts the subdivision, they dedicate the streets to DOT. It's only an offer. A dedication is only an offer. If the streets have been dedicated to DOT, there is no guarantee that they're going to accept responsibility. DOT is not going to agree to accept responsibility until the subdivision is complete and until all that builder's big, heavy equipment is out. So let's say we're looking at a subdivision and we clear the land and we sort out the lots and we know where the streets are going to be. The builder, the developer, is going to put the first layer of concrete down. They're going to construct the streets according to DOT standards. And they're going to put the first layer of concrete down so they can use that to drive their big heavy equipment back and forth so they can build all these houses. Once they've built the last house, once the subdivision is complete, that big heavy equipment goes away and the developer will put down the final layer of pavement. And upon the finalization is whether or not DOT will agree to accept maintenance and responsibility or not. There is no guarantee that DOT is going to take on that responsibility until it's finalized and it's accepted. Have you guys ever driven through a subdivision being built and you notice the rows, there's like space on the curb? Maybe the manhole covers are still raised. That's what we're doing. We're waiting on that final layer of concrete, and we're not going to put that down until all that big heavy machinery, that big heavy equipment's out. If DOT doesn't accept responsibility, then the streets will have to be private and the homeowners will be responsible. As a buyer's agent, if your buyer is considering building in a subdivision where the streets are dedicated as public, we need to make sure that our buyers understand that there is no guarantee until DOT has accepted it. In order for DOT to accept it, guys, they're pretty strict on how the roads are built. They want them built a certain way so they know what they're maintaining. And if the builder just goes and builds them the way they want to anyway, then they're not going to be accepted. They come out throughout the process and check on it, check on their roads. They just don't show up on the last day and say, yeah, this looks good. They come out throughout the process and check on it. Public versus private streets is something that's gotten really big, really fast in real estate over the recent years. We didn't have these types of disclosure laws 30 years ago. So people were buying in new subdivisions 30 years ago, 40 years ago, thinking that they were buying on a public street. That's what they were told when they bought. Yeah, DOT will take care of it. Don't worry about it. The street was never accepted by DOT. And now we have potholes, we need repairs, the streets are falling apart 30 years later, 40 years later. The people that live there are going, where's DOT? And DOT is saying, it's not my responsibility. We never accepted that responsibility. So it's really important that our buyers understand, I can't guarantee anything. I don't know what DOT is going to do. The hope is, fingers crossed, that DOT will accept that responsibility. But there's no guarantee until they do. Anybody live in one of these subdivisions? This is happening all over the state, and homeowners are like in battles trying to get their streets fixed. So now we've cracked down. Now we have better disclosure laws. So hopefully going forward, we won't run into this. Do you have any questions?
Where do you find the language to know whether it's private or public?
Through the developer, through the builder. But we know if it's dedicated, then it's, it's not either one. We may be able to find that on public records, right? But with new construction, with new subdivision, that should be information that's disclosed by the builder if we intend for it to be public. Before I forget, because I probably will, when you guys look in the online learning system for Unit 6, there's a Q&A brochure from the commission about subdivisions and about streets in a subdivision. So make sure you guys Q&A brochure in Unit 6. Again, just another tool to help us better understand. Also with subdivisions, we have something called the Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. This act applies to the sale of subdivisions when we market, when we advertise those subdivisions across state lines. This is an old act. Let's go back in time. Who on this call, I'm not the only one, who on this call remembers life before the internet? Not everybody can put your hand up, can you? You guys remember life without the internet? It used to exist. We never didn't have the internet forever and ever. So some of us grew up without the internet. Let's imagine it was back in like I don't know, the 50s or the 60s. We don't have internet yet. And let's say you have a shady salesman that's just trying to take advantage of people and take their money. So this shady salesman goes up to like Michigan in the middle of winter. It's cold in Michigan in the middle of winter. And this salesman in the 50s and 60s goes door to door trying to sell land in Florida. Nice, sunny, warm Florida. Back in the 50s and 60s, could that homeowner just Google the land in Florida? Could they do a Google Maps? Could they go check it? Yeah, it didn't happen back then, did they? They couldn't. So these guys are cold in January in Michigan, and the idea of land in Florida sounds great. So they sign, yeah. Where do I sign? Spring thaw rolls around. They pack up the family. We're going to drive to Florida to see our brand new land. Just to get down there and find out it's swamp land that they can't touch. They can't build on, they can't do anything with. The Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act was meant to prevent those shady salesmen from taking advantage, for example, in that situation. Today, all marketing is across state lines, right? Because we now have the internet. So the act is still around. We just have more tools available to us. What this act says is that we have to provide, the developer, the salesperson has to provide property information. They got to provide the information so the buyer knows what they're buying, and make sure that these developers and salespeople aren't taking advantage of the people. So just across state lines. Another thing to talk about with public land use controls are building codes. Building codes regulate construction standards, and particularly building codes are set for the minimum construction standard of safety. Builders and developers have a minimum that they have to follow. And again, safety is the primary purpose, to ensure the safety. Building codes tell builders the minimum. Can the builders go above and beyond the minimum? Sure, absolutely. But building codes set that floor. Building codes give that minimum. Building codes change. Building codes today are not the same as what they were back in the 70s, for example. So builders and developers got to stay on top of current building codes to make sure they're in compliance. One thing that we have to enforce building codes is zoning. Remember, we said before you just create, before you can just build, you got to go get permission from the zoning board. And they're going to help enforce these building codes by requiring permits. Permits are permission to build. If you want to build, or if you want to do major renovations, you go to the zoning board and you request a permit, and upon approval, they issue the permit and you have permission to build. You got to get this permit before you can start the work. Again, they may send somebody out periodically to check on the progress, make sure that we are still in compliance with the building codes. When the project is complete, they issue a certificate of occupancy, also known as a CO. The certificate of occupancy closes out the permit. The CO says, you have built or reconstructed to our standards, you are in compliance, it's all good. So the permit is the permission to build. The CO closes the permit out. The CO says you have built according to our standards. We're all in compliance with building codes. We're going to get permits, not just to build brand new, but any type of major renovation. I've always heard permits are required anytime you mess with the structure of a home, plumbing, or electrical. Those are three pretty big components of a home, aren't they? The structure, the electrical, and the plumbing. And anytime your renovation messes with any of those, you should consider going downtown and requesting a permit. Not everybody knows that, and or not everybody's going to do that. It's not a problem until it's a problem, is it? It's not a problem until you get caught. So could you build, could you add a room to the back of your home and never get a permit for it? Sure, If you do unpermitted work, maybe, for example, you have an unfinished basement. You come in and you finish it. You make it into a little, maybe a little studio apartment. Unpermitted work just means that we don't have the CO. We do not have the certificate of occupancy. We don't have proof that it was permitted. And in real estate, for us, the brokers, unpermitted space is a material fact, which means I have got to disclose to the public. If I'm the listing agent, I have got to disclose to the buyer that this space was finished and it didn't have permits. It was unpermitted space. I can count unpermitted space in my total square footage of the home. I can include it, but I have to disclose that it was unpermitted. Guys, one thing we do as brokers, we're constantly on the lookout for red flags. How do you find out the space is unpermitted? We're looking for these red flags. If you go into a basement that looks like it was, fresh paint, new this, new that, you should have a little red flag that goes up to prompt you to ask some questions. If you see a finished room in the back of the home, you should have a little red flag that goes up to prompt you to ask the seller's questions. Did you build this room in the back of the home? If so, did you have the permits? Is it permitted? I had a listing appointment once. And before I went to my listing appointment, I prepared for it. When we get into our agency, we're going to talk about preparing for the listing appointments, trying to learn as much about the properties we possibly can before we ever get there. And one thing I learned before I went, I pulled the tax records and I saw that this home was a 3-bed, 1-bath. That's what the tax records told me. I get to the listing. The seller and I are walking through looking at the home. And guess what I discovered? This home has 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. My little red flag went up. It prompted me to ask some questions. And I said, hey, where did the second bathroom come from? Oh, we added it when we bought. We took a piece of this closet and a piece of this and a piece of this, and we kind of closed in the walls. Do bathrooms involve plumbing? Do bathrooms involve electrical? Yeah. So she told me she created a second bathroom after she bought. My little red flag went up. The next question I asked was, did you get the permits to do this? She said, no, I didn't. Did I have to? I mean, it's in my house. Did I have to? I didn't know I had to. I told her, I said, I can advertise your home as a 3-bed, 2-bath, but I also have to disclose that that second bathroom wasn't permitted. It was built without the permits. Again, if she would have pulled the permits, they would have come out and inspected it throughout the process. Let's say, for example, I built this room that we're all looking at. I didn't, but let's say I built this room unpermitted. And let's say that there's electrical behind this wall. And I built it unpermitted. I just went and did it. Is there any way to come behind me and verify that this electrical is right? No. The only way to know is if we pull the permits, have the electrician come out and check it out before I throw the sheetrock up. You may be able to have something permitted after the fact, but it's not going to be as good, because the only way to know for sure that the electrical behind this wall is good is to tear down this wall. So you may be able to get permitted after the fact, but it's still not as good as having it inspected throughout the process. I ended up, for whatever reason, not getting that listing. I hate losing a listing for whatever reason. And when I lose a listing, I will stalk that listing because I want to know who lists it and for how much. So I will stalk a listing. That particular home was never listed. She ended up going for sale by owner, which is fine. That's her right. But I have a feeling if I wasn't the only agent that said, I've got to disclose that this second bathroom was unpermitted. This second bathroom was built without permits. I can't verify plumbing. We can't verify electrical. We can't verify structure. because we don't have a CO. A lot of our homeowners insurance are not going to cover against unpermitted space. They'll cover the rest of the home, but they're not going to cover unpermitted. So if the house burns down and the fire marshal determines the fire started because of the faulty electric behind this wall, insurance isn't going to cover me. And that's why we need to disclose that, so the buyer knows that that space is unpermitted and insurance may not cover them. Let's see, I got a couple questions. Does it become permitted for the buyer? So again, we could have it permitted after the fact if they choose. I did suggest to my seller, I said, why don't you call the county and have them come out and issue a permit. I guess she didn't want to do that. But we could have it permitted after the fact. So would this be like finishing an attic if you're dealing with electrical, plumbing, or structure? I've heard we need to have permits pulled. We're going to talk more about material facts. We're going to get all into material facts next week. Things that are and are not material. So to do a nice, quick side-by-side comparison, building codes are construction standards for safety. Building codes tell how the minimum standards for safety. Zoning enforces building codes. Zoning tells us how we can use the structure legally, and zoning helps enforce building codes. We can apply for permits, again, just your local government, city, town, county. We have an instructor here with Carolina School of Real Estate. She was doing some work to her home. I don't remember what she was doing, but she was doing a work that would require permits. And she talked to, like, I think she said 3 different general contractors, trying to get, quotes from 3 different general contractors. And I don't know that she disclosed that she was a real estate agent. I don't know if she disclosed that she taught this stuff or not. But when the general contractors came out to give her quote, she had questions for each of them. And one of the questions she said was, do you pull permits? The general contractor that came in with the cheapest quote said, nah, that's just a waste of my time. I don't mess with permits. You think he got the job? No. Sometimes cheaper isn't always best. You pay for what you get sometimes, don't you? Couldn't be bothered with it. Wasn't worth his time. Still on public land use controls, let's switch gears again, kind of a crappy topic. Let's talk about on-site septic systems. Let's see what I did there. On-site septic systems. If you can't hook up to public sewer, then we need a septic tank. We need an on-site septic system. Guys, it's got to go somewhere. On-site septic system permits come from the county health department. The permit is going to say where the on-site septic system needs to go, the location of it. We kind of want it downhill from the home because it runs down. The permit may also mention uses that could overload the system. For example, some on-site septic systems can't support a dishwasher or a garbage disposal. So if there's any uses, The permit will also state the capacity that this on-site septic system can support. The rule of thumb figures 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. So if the septic permit allows or calls for a 3-bedroom house, that means that the system will only support 6 people living there. Does that make sense? 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. Anything more than 6 people in a 3-bedroom is going to overload the system. I don't know if you've ever experienced a septic system overloading or backing up. There ain't nothing pretty about it whatsoever. So if you want to put 8 people in there and overload it, then go for it. Listing agents. When we are getting ready to list a home for sale that is on an on-site septic system, we can only advertise the number of bedrooms per the permit. I have shown plenty of homes. I've been with buyers. The advertisement is a 3-bedroom house. And my buyers and I have been standing in what could be a perfectly good 4th bedroom. And we've been standing there going, why can't you use this as a bedroom? This would work. Why is it advertised 3 bedrooms and an office, for example? And the reason being, because the septic permit only allows for 3 bedrooms. Again, this is one of these things that's gotten really big, really fast. People bought homes 20 years ago, 30 years ago. They thought they were buying a 4-bedroom. Nobody checked septic permits 30 years ago. They thought they were buying a 4-bedroom. Now they're going to sell it and their agent's going, yeah, I can only advertise a 3. Do I have happy sellers? Do I have happy campers? Probably not. We can only advertise the number of bedrooms as stated per the septic system. Now, if it's on public sewer, if it's public, yeah, 4 bedrooms all day long. This is only for on-site septic. 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. And guys, keep in mind, when we're talking about on-site septic systems, we're not just talking about bathroom water. We're talking about all water leaving the house. So shower water, kitchen water, washer machine, dishwasher, you guys with me? It supports all water that leaves the house. And that's why we state it per the number of bedrooms, per the number of people within each bedroom. Part of our duty, part of our responsibility is to verify the number of bedrooms stated on the permit before we list it. Ask your seller, do you have the septic permit? They say no, tell them to call the county health department so they can come out and inspect it and issue a permit. We cannot advertise, should not advertise, without seeing how many bedrooms are allowed per that permit. You just go do it anyway, you can be fined, you can be sued. You could also face disciplinary action from the real estate commission because you misrepresented the property, you gave out false information. If you're helping a buyer you misrepresent, buyer finds out after closing that they can't use it as a 4-bedroom because you misrepresented it, they could sue you. The real estate commission could discipline your license. Question comes in, previous slides, I apologize. So if you install a jacuzzi tub and have to add a plug, it needs a permit. As far as specifics, I'm going to encourage you to talk to your county. This is what I know. If you're messing with electrical, plumbing, or structure, you need a permit. Also, with water leaving the home, You may, especially in more rural areas, you may find something called straight piping. This is where, I mean, it's just that. We run a pipe out the back of the house and we discharge the water into a nearby creek or stream. Yeah, that's not allowed. Sometimes we see that from like a washing machine. Doesn't still make it okay. If we ever come across straight piping, if you ever see a pipe in the back of the house going directly to a creek or a stream, that's a material fact that we have to disclose. Again, we'll talk about material facts. We're getting there. What we need to understand right now, material facts must be disclosed. So if we come across this, we have to let potential buyers know that they're straight piping so that they know they may have to deal with this. On-site septic systems. Another public land use control or flood hazards, flood zones. We mentioned these the other day when we were talking about surveys. Survey would be one way to identify if the property is in a flood hazard. Whether or not it's in a flood hazard or not is determined by FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency. Again, we're going to talk about flood hazards and flood insurance when we get to Unit 13. But if it's deemed in a flood hazard, the land may be restricted on how we can use it. Maybe we can build on it. Maybe there's certain parts of the land that we can build on. You certainly don't want to build on a flood hazard straight on it, anywhere that's prone to flooding. Question about straight piping. What if it was done when the house was built? I still have to disclose it. And that's what we mean by a material fact. If I see it, I have to disclose it. I can't make anybody do anything. So I can't look at the homeowner and say, you got to fix this, right? My duty, my responsibility is to disclose there's straight piping going on. So flood hazards. The lender, if the area is in a flood hazard, the lender may require flood insurance. Obviously, we'll get there talking more about that process. I'm here to tell you guys right now that flood insurance is not cheap. So if you are thinking about purchasing or your buyer's thinking about purchasing in a flood hazard, again, we need to have this conversation that they're going to have to pay flood insurance. I don't know how much yet. We'll look into that with our insurance agent. But if you have a buyer that's thinking about, that's wanting to buy and they're buying at the tippy top of the allowable amount, what the lender has approved them for, the lenders approve the amount they can borrow, they approve their maximum monthly payment. And if they're at the tippy top of that approval, and the property's in a flood zone and we have to add flood insurance to it, we've put them over their approval. We've put them over their approved amount, which means if we're under contract, we can't get financing. If we can't get financing, we can't buy. If we can't buy, we have to terminate. So one thing we want to do is agents, listing agents will want to disclose if the property's in a flood zone. Buyer's agents may want to verify before we write the offer to make sure our buyer can afford. Again, more about insurance. Unit 13 is our insurance unit. Public land use controls, highway access restrictions. Any DOT projects? Is there any planned construction? Are we going to widen the road? Are we going to build a freeway or a belt loop nearby? Is the road public or private? A good place to start with any questions with road is ncdot.com. DOT's website will tell you what projects please do not look now. Go after class. DOT's website will tell you projects they have going on now. It'll tell you planned projects, proposed projects. If we're listing a home that is has a highway access restriction, planned construction, we have to disclose that. We have to disclose that DOT. And remember, we talked about the subdivision. It might be that it's planned. They haven't started yet. They may not start for 5-10 years from now. But the fact is there's a plan to do it. When you guys, for those of you that are going into residential sales, when you guys affiliate with your firms, one thing hopefully that they will provide you or help you create are checklists. So before you list a home, you can go through your checklist and make sure you check with the various websites that you need to gather the information. So we talked about the GIS. Now we're going to go to DOT.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I purchased a home like not too long ago, and the new highway came through, but I wasn't disclosed that information. Like I had no clue about it until I found out about it on the news. And then when I checked GIS, it had mentioned that it's been in the work for 10 years. Could I sue my agent?
You can sue anybody for anything. I'm not an attorney, so I can't tell you how far you're going to get. Can you? Sure. My suggestion to you is talk to an attorney. And I am sorry that that happened, because that should have been disclosed, especially if it was planned when you bought.
Yeah, it's like an eyesore. I don't want
I
to
bet.
do a major highway.
I bet.
Yeah.
I had a listing, my Kernersville people. Where are my Kernersville people, my K Vegas people? How long have they been working on that dang beltway? I mean, I moved to the Triad in, golly, I moved here in 2000. And they were talking about that dang beltway back then. I listed a home a couple years ago before the beltway got there. It like the backyard butted up to, at the time it was business 40. Now it's 421 Salem Parkway, but the backyard kind of butted up to that. I didn't have to disclose that it butted up to business 40, whatever. You can walk out on the back porch and see that, right? What I had to disclose was that the proposal, part of this beltway, one day, it's not even there yet, but one day it's planned to have an exit or an entrance ramp nearby. And I put the map, I added the map, and it had a star saying where it was going to go. And I even drew a little arrow talking about you are here, right? So any buyer that looked at that property knew that they were going to buy in proximity of one day what's going to be an entrance or an exit ramp to the highway. Still not there yet. They're working on that belt loop still. If you get a chance to drive on it, do. It's nice. It ought to be, as long as we've been planning it. But guys, that's what I had to disclose. Not the fact that business 40 was there, but the fact that one day the proposal, the plan. So, you know, again, I'm sorry. I know a lot of times in this class we hear things and you're like, you know, that didn't happen to me when I bought. Remember, I'm not here to tell you if your agent was right or wrong. That's not my job.
The wall is at the back of the house, and then it's on the side of the house, so I can like touch the wall.
Got it on both sides.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
surrounding everything except for the front, and then in the front they took the road, so it's like a cul-de-sac right there.
The only thing, unfortunately, I can tell you is to discuss with your attorney and see what action they think, what you may or may not have. All right, one more quick thing before break, bear with me. One last thing on public land use controls, super quick. We may have areas that are designated or deemed as wetlands. We see wetlands the closer to the coast that we get. People on the coast deal with wetlands a lot more than what we do here in the Triad or up in the mountains. With wetlands, the groundwater is at or near the surface, and it floods a lot. Restrictions on whether or not you could build or not in a wetland, absolutely, because these things are controlled by everybody. The local government gets involved, the state government, the federal government, just trying to preserve our wetlands, the critters that occupy the wetlands. So lots of regulations. Okay, yeah, did I hear a question? Okay. Let's take our last break for the day. All right, everybody, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put these cars up there and move them, and then I'll be done. welcome back. Okay. So I am taking attendance. We're going to wrap it up for the day. Again, the very last thing we do before we go is going to be talk about what next week looks like. So remember unit 6, we can pretty much divide unit 6 into 2 different categories. There's public land use controls, which is what we've been talking about so far. There's also private land use controls. The example that we have of a private land use control are our restrictive covenants, are our HOAs, our homeowners associations. The difference in public and private is how they're enforced. Public land use controls are enforced by the local government. Private land use controls are enforced by the HOA. If you buy in a neighborhood, if you buy in a neighborhood that is in an HOA, you know when you buy that you're in an HOA and you're subject to the covenants, you're subject to the restrictions. Private land use controls restrict what owners may be able to do with their lands. All HOAs are different, you guys, and they all have different restrictions. Some may tell you there's only 3 shades you can paint your front door. Here are those 3 shades. Some may tell you your mailbox has to look this way. Some may tell you the grass in your front yard can't be any taller than so many inches. They're all different. Some are more restrictive than others. Restrictive covenants are going to be public record, so we can help our sellers and buyers access them if need be. The whole point of restrictions is supposed to be to preserve the value of the area, preserve the value of the neighborhood. Some of us are for HOA, some of us are not. And it comes down to personal preference. If you're working with a buyer that says, I absolutely do not want it in an HOA, I do not want covenants, then you make sure that you're only showing a property that's not an HOA. Make sure they only showing them per their specifications. I think when I flip this slide, I could pretty much take this class and divide us into 2 categories. Some of you looked at this picture and went, oh God, look at that house. The rest of us looked at this picture and went, ooh, look at that house. Whether or not you want to live next door to a Pepto-Bismol pink house may determine if you want to live in an HOA that probably prohibits this color versus not an HOA, which means your neighbor is free to paint their house whatever color they want. Some people don't want to live in neighborhoods where their neighbors have cars up on cinder blocks in the front yard. Some may not want to live in neighborhoods, name it, a couch out on the front yard. Those are the kinds of things that might restrict how you use your land. And it may be spelled out in the covenants whether or not you can paint your house bubblegum pink or not. So with our covenants, again, some things that are typically addressed, understanding that they're all different. You may have restrictions on maintenance. Again, they may say the grass in your front yard can't be any taller than so many inches. Regular maintenance of the property. You may also have restrictions on parking. Maybe it says no street parking. It's driveway parking only. Maybe there's a restriction about parking your RV in the driveway. Fences, remember what we know about fences. The only thing we know by looking at a fence is that somebody put a fence there. Let's say you're showing a home to a buyer and an HOA, you walk out back and your buyer says, oh, good, I was gonna ask you if I could put a fence up, but I see that neighbor over there has a fence, so I know it's allowed. Do you know that it's allowed because the neighbor put a fence up? No, you don't know. They could be in the throes of the legal battle with the HOA to get that unviolated fence taken down. They could be being fined every day that that fence is up by the HOA. Remember, it's enforced by the HOA. So any violation such as an unviolated fence, the homeowner is going to have to deal with the HOA. What those consequences are going to depend. It depends on the HOA. So please never look at a fence or a shed or an RV in the driveway and tell your buyer it's allowed because the guy next door is doing it. Everybody with me? If your buyer wants a fence in an HOA, we help them get their hands on the covenants so they can verify whether or not a fence is allowed or not. Covenants are imposed by the developer when the subdivision is created. The developer creates the covenants. The developer creates the rules. They're the ones that create the subdivision. So if there's an HOA, if there's going to be covenants, they're the ones that impose those. Once the developer is done developing, once they've built the last home and they leave, they go on to the next subdivision, the covenants remain. The very first homeowner has to follow the covenants, the second one, the third one, the 50th one. Restrictive covenants are appurtenant. What do we now know appurtenant means? They run with the land. So again, the very first homeowner abides by the covenants, the second ones, the third ones, etc. Just because the developer is gone and moved on, the covenants remain. And please, again, you guys hear me, they're all different. Just because you know the covenants of this neighborhood doesn't mean you know anything about the covenants in the neighborhood next door. Or next to it, not next door, I'm sorry, the covenants next to it, the subdivision next to it. Covenants cannot be for anything that is illegal. Maybe when the covenants were created, it was legal then, but the law changed. Because the law changed, the covenants are no longer enforceable. For example, you may come across an older subdivision. Maybe it was a subdivision built in the 30s or the 40s, for example. And you may find in the covenants that says there's a certain class of people that are not allowed to live here. This neighborhood does not allow a certain class of people. Back in the day when it was developed, that might have been legal, but today it's not. Today we have fair housing to help protect the people and the different classes. Today it's not enforceable because fair housing has changed that. Fair housing has made that illegal. We have a whole unit dedicated to fair housing. We will talk all about fair housing, who the protected classes are, and how that looks when we get to Unit 19. So public land use controls is enforced by the local government. Private land use controls are enforced by the HOA. If we compare the two, zoning versus covenants, sometimes you may have a conflict. Zoning may say something else, covenants may say something else. The general rule of thumb, whenever you have conflicting laws, anytime you have conflicting laws, the more restrictive of the two will win. So what law do we have to follow? Whichever one is more strict. Let's say, for example, the area is zoned residential and commercial. However, the covenants do not allow commercial. Even though zoning allows it, the covenants will prohibit it because the covenants for that neighborhood are more restrictive. We have to follow the more restrictive. Again, a conflict of any law, not just specific to zoning and covenants. All right, let's bring this unit home. Again, we're introducing the broker to this unit. We've talked about a few things that we have to disclose. We've talked about a few things that are material facts. We're just starting these conversations about our responsibility and our duties, particularly when it comes to zoning. I would like you guys to make a note in your book on page 127. I think it's really important that you guys read page 127, talking about the broker's responsibility. Please don't do it now, but make yourself a note. Guys, anytime we talk about something that's related to the broker, I hope that that's important to you because that's why we're here. So to kind of sum up what we're saying, the broker has the duty to review land use controls before we list the property or before we write an offer. As the listing agent, there's a whole lot of work that goes into getting a property ready to advertise it for sale. We have research, we have to find out information. Again, when you affiliate with your firm, they will help you with checklists so you make sure that you're verifying those sources so you properly advertise. If you are working with a buyer, for the most part, we should be able to rely on the information that's provided to us. However, as we've said, if your buyer has a specific use, if your buyer is looking for a specific thing, if your buyer has a question about the advertised information, as the buyer's agent, I need to help them get their answers. I need to help them verify that information. We need to verify that their end use will be allowed. Particularly when it comes to covenants, any kind of land use control, but as a good example, covenants. My job is not to interpret the covenants. My job is to provide them. My job is to say, here you go. Here are the covenants for the subdivision that you're thinking about buying it. And if my buyer has questions, I'm not an attorney. I cannot interpret legal documents. I cannot interpret covenants. My job is to provide them, help them find them. If my buyer has questions, I need to get them to their attorney, or in the example of covenants, have them communicate with the HOA. Stay in your lane. A real estate license does not give you the right to practice law. We cannot interpret legal documents. We are going to advise all consumers, everybody, if any of the zoning ordinances or covenants could affect how they use the property. Again, if it's important to my buyer or seller, then it's important to me. Once they share something of importance with me, I have a duty to make sure that they can use their property in that manner. So we're going to help them verify. If the property is in an owner's association, also known as an HOA, we're going to help them get the information. We're going to help them put their hands on the covenants. Maybe the seller will provide them, maybe they don't have them. Most covenants are going to be public record. We can help our buyers find them. More training on how to find them and where and all that once you affiliate with your firm. Remember, one step at a time. If it's in an HOA, they're more than likely will be paying HOA dues. HOA dues can be monthly, they can be quarterly, they can be annually. We need to let the buyer know about any dues or assessments, special assessments from the HOA. So they have all that information to consider when they're deciding whether or not to buy this property or not. We're helping them gather everything, including how much. We need to advise our consumers to review the covenants, to review any documents. Ideally, prior to signing the offer, if it's a swift moving market, a fast paced market, as was the one we just came out of, we may not have time. We still need to get it in their hands. We still need to provide them with the information so they can know what they're buying. If you buy in this neighborhood, you cannot park your RV in the driveway, you cannot have a fence, and you got to mow your front yard. If they're not good with that, then don't let them buy in that neighborhood. Please don't give buyers any sort of false sense that they'll be able to buy and then change the rules. Covenants can change. It's not an easy process. Don't tell your buyer, oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. They're not going to do anything to you. Because you know what? As soon as they get a fine, you know who's the first person they're going to call? You. They're going to say, you told me not to worry about it. They could sue you. They could file disciplinary action. Make sure you help them understand what they're buying. As the broker, and the thing that we're going to start here in this common theme as we introduce the broker to this class, we are constantly on the lookout for red flags. Anything that causes a red flag for you to go up, that's what sets you to investigate further, to ask questions, to learn about it. Do not ignore red flags. If your little red flag goes up, then we need to search further. We need to help our client gather that information. If we happen to notice that it's in a flood zone, my little red flag goes up. Do I have to pay flood insurance? I don't know. I'm not the insurance agent. But what I do know is I know you're in a flood zone. My little red flag goes up. Let's look into it further. You guys kind of see what I'm saying? We have to constantly be on the lookout for this. And again, this is the common theme that we're going to start seeing in this class as we begin to talk more and more about the broker. When in doubt, disclose. Guys, we shouldn't have secrets in this industry. Anything that could affect the people, anything that could affect the property, we have a duty to disclose. Talking more about disclosures and material facts next week. So be on the lookout for your little red flag. Help the buyers get their answers. Help the sellers get their answers. That's why they hire us. Please understand, buyers and sellers do not have to hire us. They buy and sell houses all day, every day without us. We're not required in the transaction. So go stop and ask yourself, why the heck are they hiring me? It's to assist them. It's to help them get through the transaction. If you're not doing anything, then I'm asking you, why the heck are they hiring you when they could go do it on their own? We're a resource for them. Help them think about things that they haven't thought about. And that's what we're doing in this class. Building that foundation, helping us learn when we need to identify those little red flags. The last little piece in Unit 6 is talking about government-owned land. It's estimated that in the continental United States, the government owns roughly 30% of the land. There's 30% roughly that's not available for public use. Just some examples of government-owned land, things that they might do with it. Obviously, different regulations how it's handled. Like, for example, a lot of our national and state parks, again, these are heavily regulated. State government weighs in, federal government weighs in. And that gets us through Unit 6. All those key terms back on page 109. Please don't forget your zoning words. You'll see those again on 109. The key point review, the summary is on page 128. Again, I suggest you use the key point review as a checklist. Do not use it as a supplement to the unit. Use it as a checklist. Use it as a review. And then our student quiz for the end of Unit 6 is on page 130. Remember to check out the online learning system. You got a quiz there as well with explanations. And then there's that Q&A brochure that I mentioned earlier on subdivisions and streets. So I think that'll help solidify the information on that. Have we had much experience with the online learning system? People been in and playing with it and taking the quiz? I'm seeing head bobs. I'll say it again, you guys. What I really like about the online learning system, the quizzes in there, is it gives you the explanation. It doesn't just tell you that the question is right or wrong, but it tells you why. And that is what helps you guys learn. If you get a question wrong, learn why it's wrong, learn why it's right. And it's not just a matter of looking up the right answer. It's also a matter of understanding why you answered the way that you did. What made you get it wrong? Sometimes you guys come back to me and say, I just read it too fast. What should that tell you? Slow down, read every word. Did something get crossed in your mind that made you get this wrong? Get that cleared out so we can get it right on test day. Good, I'm getting some good feedback. Thank you. Keep it up. If you haven't started, what a great time. Thank you. Questions on Unit 6. Public versus private land use controls. Big deep breath. Skip ahead just a bit. Unit 20. Again, I do not go in order of the textbook. We go in order of the syllabus. So up next on the syllabus, they get into Unit 20, which is on page 497. Does anybody get a chance to look at Unit 20 before today? Several of you. I kind of wish I saw a few more hands. I hope we start looking ahead, especially before some of the things we get into next week. Unit 20 is the unit that makes you terrified to breathe the air that you breathe. There are some crazy environmental issues out there, and that's what we're addressing in Unit 20. The various environmental issues and how it may affect homeowners and buyers. So our roadmap for Unit 20 is just to talk about some basic environmental hazards and what our role and responsibility is with these environmental hazards. What does this mean to us? So before we start this unit, let's look in our books on page 499. $4.99, we have a nice picture of a house. This house has every possible environmental hazard that we're getting ready to discuss. Now, I don't know a single home that has it all. If I were your agent and you were considering buying this home, once we learned about all the hazards, I would probably advise you against it. So this isn't a typical home, of course, but this just gives us an idea of what we're about to cover and where we can see some of these environmental issues coming from. So what are these environmental issues? Well, any issue, environmental issue is going to be a health issue, a potential health issue. And environmental issues are gaining in popularity. They're growing of importance in real estate transactions. Environmental issues are health issues. Health issues affect people. We work with those people. So it's important that we make sure that we disclose information that we know. It's important that we understand our role and responsibility when it comes to these environmental issues. Anytime you guys need to learn more about environmental issues, the #1 place to start is the EPA's website. EPA is our Environmental Protection Agency. You'll get information from your firm. There's plenty of literature out there. Your firm will help you with all that. But a great place to start, please don't do it now. Wait until after class. But a great place to start is with the Environmental Protection Agency website. So let me go off book just for 1 second, or off book just for 1 second. We've kind of danced around this idea of a material fact. We're going to hit it hard next week in Unit 7, but we're going to talk a lot about material facts in this unit. So it's kind of a pre-introduction to a material fact. Once we deem something as a material fact, this is any fact that a reasonable person would recognize as important when they're making a decision, maybe making the decision to sell, maybe making the decision to buy. We'll talk more specifics about material facts. We're going to break these down into categories to help us better understand what is and is not a material fact. One of the big themes we're going to learn from this unit, once I learn of a material fact, I have a duty to disclose it. How do I learn about a material fact? Makes no difference. Once I learn about it, I have a duty to disclose it. Again, breaking this down a little bit further next week. So let's talk about the scary, scary things we have going on out there in the environment. And the first scary thing that we may encounter is asbestos. We no longer build with asbestos. We no longer use it. However, it's still out there. Asbestos was banned from building materials in 1978. You do not need to know that year as it relates to asbestos. You do need to know that year about something else that we'll talk about in just a second. That's just FYI. We're no longer building with asbestos. Most commonly where we see asbestos is wrapped around pipes, used as insulation. As long as asbestos is intact, it's fine. No problem, nothing to disclose. When and if asbestos breaks down and becomes friable, now it's a problem. If the asbestos becomes friable, it's releasing little particles into the air. We breathe that air, those little particles get into our lungs. Do you guys know that, and I'm going to botch this word up, but do you guys know the commercials talking about, do you or somebody you know have mesothelioma? Was that close enough? Somebody has been exposed to asbestos, and those commercials are advertising that there may be, we'll call this attorney and see if there's some kind of remediation for that exposure. If there's asbestos, removal may not be the best method. Because when you remove it, you're probably breaking up, just by removing it, you're probably breaking it up and making it friable. So the experts are going to come in and determine, is it worth removing, or can we encapsulate it? Can we like rewrap it so it's not friable and those little particles are not getting in the air? Somebody said your middle school had asbestos. My elementary school, I remember one summer, same thing. My elementary school had asbestos and they handled it during summer while we were out on vacation. They didn't do it with all us little kids, all us little kids in there breathing it. So yeah, a lot of older buildings, we're gonna see, again, anything built prior to 1978. If your buyer is, oh my goodness, that's scary. If your buyer is thinking about buying an older building and maybe they want to do a demolition, tear it down to rebuild. If it was built prior to 1978, we need to encourage them to have the experts come in and properly remove the asbestos so it doesn't go out in the air. Again, anything built prior to 1978 may have asbestos. Did your school look like a circus tent when they did? Well, you guys were still in. She just came back and said they were still in school. Mine looked like a circus tent. They just covered the whole thing over the summer. Tent came off before school started. I'm still here today, so I guess I'm okay. But as we mentioned, you breathe those particles, they get in your lungs. Asbestos can affect your respiratory. So any kind of major renovation, reconstruction, anything that might affect this asbestos, advise your clients to have it properly removed, properly treated. Wow, that's an old building. That's cool though. Another very scary thing that we may find out there in the environment is lead, possibly lead-based paint. We could also find lead in pipes or solder. Solder is that connecting agent that kind of fuses two pipes together. There's a very informative booklet from the EPA called Protect Your Family from Lead in the Home. Again, your firm should have this available for you to provide to your clients to help educate them on what lead in the home may mean. Lead poisoning. Lead is the biggest danger for children and pregnant women. Lead poisoning can affect those little developing organs, those little developing bodies, if they're exposed to this lead poisoning. So our act about lead-based paint, or any lead was banned from construction in 1978. You do need to know this year when it relates to lead. Any home built prior to 1978, any property built prior to 1978 may have been built with lead. And if you're showing a home or about to lease a home that was built prior to 1978, we need to make sure that we help educate the consumer about the possible dangers. Everybody please understand, if the home was built prior to 1978, I'm not telling you that it has lead in it. What I'm telling you is because this home was built prior to 1978, it may have lead in it. So one thing this act, this reduction act did, is it provided us with an addendum. It's called the lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard addendum. And this addendum, this is our first form. This addendum is required in all home sales and leases, anything built prior to 1978. When you guys see the word addendum, and we're going to talk about this when we get into contract law, but when you guys see the word addendum, I want you to see the word add. If you have an addendum, an addenda adds to and becomes part of the offer to purchase and contract. So all homes built prior to 1978 should include the lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard addendum. Again, I'm not telling you it has lead in the home. I'm telling you because of the year that it was built, it may have lead in the home. Homeowners are required to disclose the presence of any known lead hazards. If they've had any contracting work done, and it was built prior to 1978, the contractors possibly have had it tested, should have had it tested for lead. So once a homeowner knows about lead in the home, they've got to disclose. If it's a do-it-yourselfer and they did the work themselves, they may not have had it tested. They may not have known that they've needed it tested. Again, we can only disclose what we know. Lead and lead in the homes. We've been babbling on about this year. I hope we hear the importance of this year, 1978. Everybody have that written down? Anything built prior to 1978? When we talk about this target housing as it relates to lead, again, just anything built prior to 1978. There are a few exceptions to target housing built prior to 1978. One exception would be housing built for elderly, for seniors, for example. Remember, lead affects children. It's those developing bodies and organs. So if it's a housing for elderly, it's not as effective or as bad. We don't have to disclose that as exempt from the target housing. Another exemption from target housing would be 0-bedroom dwellings. What I mean by 0-bedroom dwellings are like studio apartments, dorm rooms, military barracks. We mentioned if you're having, the homeowner is having, and the home was built prior to 1978, if they're having contracted work done, the contractors have the lead-based paint hazard management program, which tells them that they need to test it. If they're doing any contracted work prior to 1978, they know that they should have it tested. Once they know of it, we have to disclose it. I can only disclose what I know. The contractor failure to have it tested, the contractor's facing some fines. The state could fine them up to $75 $750 per day. The EPA could get involved as well. Do-it-yourselfers are not required. They can have it tested, but they're not required to. If your buyer goes under contract on a home built prior to 1978, they may want to consider having it tested as part of their inspection period. We'll talk about that inspection period. Again, the big thing here is to help educate the buyers, help educate the tenants. If it's a for lease situation, let them know about the dangers, the possible dangers of lead in the home and how it can affect the children. And that's where that EPA booklet comes into place. So when it comes to lead and lead-based paint and anything built prior to 1978, what's our responsibility? What's our role here? Well, once we learn of lead in the home, we have a duty to disclose it. Again, it doesn't matter how I find out about it. Once I see it, I can't unsee it. Once I hear it, I can't unhear it. Once I learn about it, I know about it. Once I know about it, I have a duty to disclose. All agents have a duty to make sure that the owner completes the lead-based paint hazard addendum, that the buyer receives the addendum. Anything built prior to 1978, I have got to disclose what I know. Questions on lead? Lead in the home. Another scary environmental thing that we may find out there is radon. Radon is a gas that is the natural byproduct of decaying matters in the ground. So when they decay, this gas releases. If there happens to be a crack in the ground or a break in the ground, the gases are gonna release through that crack. If your home happens to be on top of that crack, you could be in danger of radon, high radon levels. Radon's everywhere, you guys. Radon's not selective to certain areas. Just because one neighbor, one person has a high radon level means absolutely nothing for the person next door. Again, this gas is looking for somewhere to escape, somewhere to go. So radon is everywhere. The EPA, radon is measured in something called a picuycary. And the EPA says any picuycaries of 4.0 or higher is a health concern, is a health issue. Radon mitigation systems, that's what we're looking at in this picture here. You guys see this pipe running up the house here. So what's going on? This is drilled down here into the crawl space. And within this pipe are a bunch of little fans. And these little fans are pulling the air out of the crawl space, shooting the radon out into the atmosphere where it belongs, as opposed to letting it go into the home. One thing your buyer may want to consider, one thing we definitely want to recommend during their inspection period is that they have the home tested for radon. So they come in, our home inspectors a lot of times can do this, and they come in and they set up little contractions in the home, and the contraction takes a snapshot of the radon level every hour. At the end of 2 to 3 days, we get an average. And if that average is more than 4.0 picuycaries, then the EPA suggests that we put in this mitigation system to pull the air out into the atmosphere. Homes are meant to breathe. Homes are meant for people to come and go. Doors to open, windows to open, HVAC and AC units to run. Vacant homes may have a higher level of radon just because they're all sealed up real tight. However, the only way to know for sure, because you can't smell it, you can't see it. The only way to know for sure if you have a high level of radon and you need to consider a mitigation system is to have it tested. Just because you're showing a home to buyers and you see a mitigation system does not mean there's any radon. always encourage your buyer to have it tested, because here's the deal. These little fans in this pipe that's pulling the air out don't last forever. I was showing a house once and we were down in the basement. We saw the mitigation system. I mean, we saw it. We talked about it. We had a conversation about it. We pointed at it. My buyer said, we want it tested anyway. I said, I think that's really wise. It came back at like 6 something. I called the listing agent called the seller called their radon mitigation guy. The guy came out, come to find out those fans weren't working. So even if you have it, anybody have a radon mitigation system in their home? Seller, we probably do. I know a lot of new construction is starting to build with these things already there. Even if you have one or see one, the suggestion is that you still have it tested every once in a while, because those little fans don't last forever. Again, once we learn of high levels of radon, that's a material fact that we have to disclose. I got a little bit more to say about radon, but we'll start with radon on Tuesday. So we're going to start here. Do not go anywhere just yet. So let's talk about next week. What next week looks like. We are going to, there we go. We are going to finish Unit 20. We'll get through it pretty quickly. We'll probably Kahoot again, just to have a little bit of fun. After that, we start on Unit 7. Unit 7 is a heavily tested unit. Somebody mentioned earlier in the chat, I hope it's not a concern about how fast we seem to be moving. So far, guys, we've covered stuff that's not as heavily tested. We're building up. We're introducing you to where we're going. Unit 7, we're getting ready to see lots of red stars. Y'all go ahead and write this down. Units 7, 8, 9, and 10 are heavily tested units. We've blown through 6 units in what, 2 weeks? We'll spend the better part of next week and possibly even into the following week just on Unit 7. What does that tell you? Kind of important. Unit 7, 8, 9, and 10 gets me into what I believe you guys thought you were signing up for when you signed up for real estate school. Starts talking about agency and that relationship and how we work with buyers and sellers. Units 9 and 10 are our contract unit. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Look ahead at Unit 7. Don't worry about 8, 9, and 10 yet. We're getting there. But next week, we're going to be in 7 the majority of the week. So I really want you guys to look ahead, flip through Unit 7, look at the examples, look at the in practice, look at the pictures, read the unit. Get yourselves ready so we can have conversations about agency next week and start introducing you guys to your actual role. Like, what does it mean to be a real estate agent? Question comes in about showing a house. We need to investigate every problem the house has. That's not the work of the inspector. Well, of course, that's why we hire the experts. I'm staying in my lane, right? The inspector does their job. My job is just to advise. So when the buyer's thinking about buying, I'm going to advise them to have the radon level tested. I'm going to advise them to have a home inspection. I'm not a home inspector, but I can advise them to have those inspections. What questions do I have? Comments, concerns? Get yourselves caught up. 1 through 6 and 20. Look at unit 7 and get prepared for next week. And guys, remember, I'm always here to help. I'm always here to ask questions. If you have to send me a question, screenshots help me a lot, pictures, so I can actually see the question. Please don't email me and say, the question says something like this. I can't help you. I need to see the question, because hopefully you've learned enough to know that every single word means something. So let me help. Let me help you get unstuck. But please hear me when I say things are going to start getting thick next week. And I'm begging you guys to be prepared. I'm begging you to look ahead at unit 7. Fair enough? All right. Y'all have a great weekend. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. And we will see you Tuesday morning. Thank you.